Call this regularly stated board meeting to order. First item on our agenda is to collect the roll. Katie, please collect the roll.
Mrs. Melius? Here. Mr. Ewing?
Here.
Mrs. Sealing? Here. Mr. Hoffman?
Here.
Mr. Updike?
Here.
Mrs. Mitchell? Here. And Mr. Anderson?
Present. Very good. Moving on to our next agenda item is approval of the agenda.
So move.
Mr. President, I would like to request that we add a discussion item. I think with all of the emails and calls that we have received with the Johnson County mask mandate and the email even from Dr. Burke today, with that ending on Friday or Thursday, I think it would be great if we could just discuss what is going on around that. I think we owe that to the people asking for that.
Yeah, I wouldn't support that. I don't think anything has fundamentally changed. If the mask mandate, my understanding is that Board of County Commissioners has it on their agenda on the 17th. The mandate's still in place. The consequences of going against that are potentially very severe.
Right. And so I'm not suggesting that we vote on that or talk about the consequences of going against it. But what I'd like to understand is just have discussion around if they discontinue the mandate on Thursday, what that looks like for our district. I think the parents and teachers in our district are just hoping for an open discussion on that so they understand what it looks like this week.
My understanding is that we didn't put a policy in place.
Right.
So if it goes away, it goes away.
So that's what I was hoping to discuss, but if we want to discuss it now, we can. I mean, if I know that we didn't vote, unlike the other districts voted to extend it to K through 12. So they actually put action in place. We haven't put action in place. We're complying right now. So what happens? I don't know that we have communicated publicly what happens if and when they do discontinue. It sounds like from the email today. I just want it to be transparent, want to have open discussion and communication about this. I feel like it's important to the district.
Was that a motion?
That
Yes.
was a motion.
I second.
It's moved and seconded to amend the agenda to add a discussion item on the mask mandate. Any further discussion to amend the agenda?
I guess my only reason, I mean, from my understanding, we had our back to school plan, which we supported. And so if the mask mandate that the county has imposed goes away, we don't have to take any further action. It just goes away for us too. So I'm not sure what more there is to really discuss about it.
I just wanted, I didn't know if this was the time to discuss it, like right now during agenda review, or add it as a discussion item so that it was on record. Or maybe this, now that it has become kind of a discussion.
We're having a discussion now.
Yeah.
So you either need to vote on it or you
So
need
it's,
to not vote on it.
Katie, please collect the vote on the amendment.
Mr. Ewing?
Yes.
Mrs. Sealing?
Yes.
Mr. Hoffman?
Yes.
Mr. Updike?
No.
Mrs. Mitchell?
No.
Mr. Anderson?
Yes.
And Mrs. Melius?
Yes.
Approved 5-2.
Moving on to, we'll add it as a discussion item as 9.05. Still at approval of the agenda.
I'll second.
Okay.
So do we need a new
I
motion?
probably need to change my motion to move for approval of the agenda as amended.
Second.
It's moved and seconded for approval of the agenda as amended. Any final comment or discussion?
Mrs. Sealing?
Yes.
Mr. Hoffman?
Yes.
Mr. Updike?
Yes.
Mrs. Mitchell?
Yes.
Mr. Anderson?
Yes.
Mrs. Melius?
Yes.
And Mr. Ewing?
Yes.
Approved.
Very good. Please rise and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge
allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Moving on to the Student Advisory Board, Dr. Burke.
Yeah, we have Marley Sexton, senior, and Brenna Pearson, freshman, here to give you an update. And they have some, I think, some exciting news, so I'll turn it over to them.
Okay, hello.
Hi.
So we have some updates for you
Make
guys.
sure you guys step closer to the
Oh,
mic.
sorry. Is this good? Oh, it looks on. Is it green? Okay, okay. So we have some updates. Last time we had people here was right before homecoming. And we had a Saturday dance, which was different than normal. And it ended up turning out really good. We had about 460 students attend, which was really good turnout. And we had no issues with anything. We were worried because of Saturday dance and we were worried about people drinking or doing things before that they weren't supposed to be doing. And we had no issues with anything. We had our SRO and Johnson County Police Department out front greeting everyone as they were coming in, and we had no issues with anything. So it was really good turnout and hopefully something we can keep doing in the future. So yeah.
We also want to talk about how we had a superintendent meeting. So some of you don't know, they asked some of the advisory board to come in and we talked about what the characteristics we want in a superintendent. And we think that it's very important how you guys value our opinions and how we get a say in the characteristics that we want.
We talked a lot about things that like personality traits almost that we want. We feel that we need someone who's very involved with the students and get our opinion, and doing stuff like this where we get to talk to the board as students, as a student body. It's just something that's very important to all of us. And so we made sure to get that point across to the people. So hopefully that can help to find a new superintendent for us next year. So yeah, do you guys have any questions about anything?
I want to throw one little thing out, but I think it was a big thing to you. So we used to have peanut butter jelly sandwiches, right?
Yeah.
And they were larger sandwiches. And then because of supply and demand, we're having harder time getting them. And so then they were getting the smaller ones. Well, two of the smaller ones cost a lot more than one of the bigger ones. But the students were concerned and they talked to Mrs. Stolten. And do you want to tell them the result of that?
We can now get 2 PB&Js for the price of 1. Oh, I know. So everyone was very excited. We go into the lunchroom and there's like, it says grab 2 for 1. So everyone was very excited. And it's just cool because that's something that like we brought to this board and it just shows the outcome really well. Like that we are making a difference and doing things. Everyone's very excited about it. So something cool.
You advocated well.
Yes, yes. So yeah.
Yeah, that interaction is exactly was the concept that we talked with folks about at a national conference. And I personally am really excited to see how it's turning out and the outcomes that are coming. They seem very positive.
Yes, yes.
And just a clear understanding when things change, like I think Bronco Hour was a real big issue, and just understanding, the constraints that the district is put under by other, statutory entities. So
Right.
I think it's important that we have continue this open communication and conversations. And Dr. Burke, you've talked about how proud you are of how outspoken and well-spoken they are and the positive nature.
Yeah.
So,
It's definitely been really cool and worked out well. And
yeah.
so, yeah.
I know in the past you've asked like what things we would like to hear from, and I don't know if this would be something that could be facilitated, but I think one thing that would be really interesting for us to hear about would be what kinds of new courses would you be interested at the high school and middle school level? So kind of more academic kind of stuff. And then the second thing that I was thinking about was, it seems like there's been some kind of reflecting the rest of the culture, but there's been some issues with sportsmanship. That's not necessarily with our kids, but at some of the teams that we played. I know going to some of these 6A schools, it seems like the atmosphere is much different with the students. So maybe a discussion around that, like what do the students want to see represented in their school when other schools come in, and how would you communicate that, and how would you, work on with your principals and stuff to set some of those standards? I think that would be an interesting discussion to have.
Yeah, for sure. We can definitely talk to people and talk to our council about that for sure. It's really good.
Anything else? We they'll tell you we have a pretty open agenda and a lot of it falls on them, what they bring to us to discuss. And so, well, this will be a couple of new items, but anything else that you would like to hear from them?
I'm glad the dance went well. I know that was very important.
Yes, it was super good. Yep.
Well, keep
Okay.
having conversations.
Yeah.
Don't be afraid to bring up difficult conversations, things that are tough and difficult. I mean, those are some of the things we have to, lean into and do the hard work around when they're there. So very good. Thank you very much. I appreciate you
Thank
being here this
Thank
evening.
you.
Thank you. Very positive. Thank you, Dr. Burke. Moving on to recognitions, Dr. Burke.
We'll start with Beth Cooper from Wolf Creek.
Good evening, everyone. Last week was National School Counselors Week, and so I wanted to take a moment tonight and recognize we have a brand new school counselor at Wolf Creek. Lynette Finkston is brand new to the position of counseling, but she has been an educator for over 20 years. So we feel very fortunate to have her. She's done a great job starting to build those relationships with our kids, with our families. She's extremely supportive of our staff, and she's even jumped right in with all her experience in education to some leadership roles. She's facilitating our 504 meetings, and she's joined one of our district committees. She's on our wellness committee. So wanted to recognize her tonight.
Mika Bauer from Timber Sage.
Good evening. I wanted to recognize a couple of people this evening. First, I would like to recognize our school nurse at Timber Sage Elementary School, Miss Lisa Devine. This is her first year as a school nurse in Spring Hill School District. She creates a warm environment where our students feel supported and loved, and she spent countless hours supporting the health and wellness of both our students and our staff. Much of that happens behind the scenes, and we're very appreciative of the work that she does. I'd also like to recognize our Director of Human Resources, Ms. Michelle Hackney, this evening. I would argue that she's the most talented HR director in all of Johnson County and maybe the state of Kansas. She does an amazing job of helping us to recruit and hire excellent staff here in Spring Hill. And she's always working away, and I just want her to know how much she is appreciated by all of the principals. And finally, I'd like to recognize Miss Beth Cooper from Wolf Creek Elementary School. She has served as a special mentor for me this year as a first-year principal, as well as the rest of the principal team at the elementary school level. Beth always takes time to lend a listening ear and even just to help me with what might seem very tiny things as a new principal. And I'm very appreciative of the extra time that she's invested in me. Thank you.
Jody Cole from Prairie Creek.
All right. Good evening and happy Valentine's Day. The characteristics of a team with high interdependence is the very definition of our elementary principals team. We are a very diverse group of individuals that together provide the glue that binds our authentic team and builds success. Tammy is the cornerstone of our elementary team. She speaks her mind, she cuts to the chase, and she gets her point across. Communication is her strength, and she is always willing to put in the time to complete any task. You can only build rapport if you're listening. Beth is a good listener. She is very reflective, and she thinks things through. Her ability to look at issues from a different lens helped drive the team's performance and success. To solve any problem effectively, you must be able to devise a plan that every team member understands. Darcy is a proactive and forward thinker. She asks probing questions that help keep our team on the same page. Mika pays attention to detail, and she comes to the meetings prepared. She's organized and she does her research. You can count on Mika to follow through and put decisions into practice. Stephanie always has time to meet. When asked to complete a task, you can count on her work being thorough and it will exceed expectations. I am truly blessed to work with such amazing women. Thank you.
Darcy Sly, Dayton Creek.
Well, good evening. That was wonderful. I hate to follow that. I want to recognize tonight our fifth grade teacher, Patty Browers, and her class. They help me every week. They choose a staff member, be it a teacher, custodian, nurse, whoever the kids choose to interview. And they either devise their own interview questions or they get a little help from Mrs. Browers sometimes as to what to ask these staff members. But it's one way that we as a school are getting to know each other, because these kids will go in and they'll set up a time to interview their person. They ask them the questions and then they write up a little paragraph or two about that person. And then I share that in my staff newsletter and in my parent newsletter each weekend. And so our parents are getting to know our staff members as well through our fifth grade students. So I appreciate them and they do a wonderful job.
Spring Hill Elementary School, Tammy Uncut.
Good evening. I wanted to recognize a group of people. We call them our PLC Guiding Coalition, and we've actually changed that to our PLC Activators. But this group of people, who I'm going to name in just a second, have committed to making sure our building is successful with the PLC process, and not PLC light, but PLC strong. And I really appreciate the work they're doing. They have been staying one day a week for the last couple of weeks. We started in January, and they're going to continue to stay one night a week for the next couple of weeks as we continue our training with this, so that we are successful. And these people are Mary Chamberlain for our special education. And I'm going to go up the list here and think about them. Rachel Barnes, kindergarten. First grade is Kelsey Proud. Second grade is Aaron Kuchar. Third grade is, I think I can put myself on the spot. I should have written this down. Lori Edmonds. Fourth grade is, who is it? Diane Perrin. And fifth grade is Michaela Edwards. And then our instructional coach is also on there, April Levitt, and myself. So very proud of that group and the work that they're doing to make sure we are successful with PLCs.
I believe Rod Sprague had a ball game tonight and didn't know if he could make it in time. So Spring Hill Middle School, Trevor Gertson.
So I am always grateful for people that help take ideas into action. And so this past September, had seen an idea about bringing the community into the schools a little bit more, and spent some time with Becky Riffle, our counselor, talking about how can we bring that to Spring Hill Middle School? What are some ways that we can get parents and community more engaged with what's going on in the school? And one of the things we talked about are the ways we can utilize our lunchtime during people's lunchtime to come in and support our kids. And so it's an idea we sat on from September really until early January. And with the support of Christopher Villarreal and Melissa Usri, we've been able to finally launch what we're calling our Fuel Lunchtime Connections program. And I'm going to have my first training for that this coming Wednesday night. We're going to welcome parents and guardians into the building during lunch with the specific purpose of mentoring and guiding our young people. And so there's going to be a real strict training process going to go with that, expectation along with our volunteer program. So really looking forward to giving parents and guardians an opportunity to connect with kids, connect with staff within that lunchroom setting. So again, just grateful for people to help push ideas. Christopher and Melissa have been really instrumental in helping that, along definitely with the work of our counselor, Becky Riffle.
Spring Hill High School, Mark Williams.
Good evening. I have a couple of recognitions this evening. One, I'd like to recognize our culinary teacher, Leah Good, and our culinary team of Emma Trask, Corey Couch, and Kevin Sanford. This last Friday, Johnson County Community College hosted the WHCA culinary competition. It had 16 school districts bring teams to represent themselves. They had 1 hour to fix a restaurant quality appetizer, entree, and dessert. And after all the judging, this team of 3 brought home, placed 7th overall and brought home a bronze medal. And they also want to let me know they begin practicing in October, 2 days out of the week after school, to get this taken care of. And last but not least, this last Saturday, Spring Hill High School got the opportunity to host Keisha Girls Wrestling Regional. We had, 15 5A, 6A schools represented there. Our girls took 2nd place overall regional, and we had 9 girls qualify for state, which will be in 2 weeks. And those girls had to finish in the top 4 in their division. So this is a great representation for us coming forward. Thank you.
Any other administrators? Turn it back over to you.
Very good, thank you. It's always good to hear recognitions. Next on the agenda is business with individuals. I do have one card. It's Doug Hull. Remember that comments are always welcome, but usually don't receive a response during the meeting. I'd also remind you that under Kansas law, the board doesn't hear personal complaints concerning the student, employees or groups of students or employees during open session. That is referred to the administration, which is held in executive session. So with that, you have a 5-minute timer.
All right, thank you. In the spirit of recognition, I was here at the end of last school year to thank the board for your stewardship, your courage, and your leadership, particularly over the challenges that we've had for the last 2 years. So I'd like to recognize you yet once again. However, I'm a little, not embarrassed, but concerned. And maybe it's because I haven't read it in the notes. The earlier comments related to the mask. It's good to hear that there is a dialogue going on, but I just wanted to make sure that we continued our leadership. I'm a little disappointed that we've fallen behind Gardner and we haven't lifted the mask mandates, particularly for the grade schools. So I'd like to see that happen sooner rather than later. And I'm encouraged to hear that you guys are now talking about it. So with that, thank you.
Thank you. Moving on to the consent agenda, which consists of approval of the consent agenda items, approval of the minutes of the regularly stated meeting from January 24th, approval of the minutes of the board workshop held on January 31st, district fees and personnel. Any questions or comments about the consent agenda?
I had something on, excuse me, on personnel. I was wondering if the board would be interested in having an addition on the, well, all resignations, how many years of service they've been with the district.
What? I'm not sure I understand your
Just
question.
when someone's resigning, I'd like, put up there how many years they've been with the district.
Well, because sometimes the
Just
resignations
add it to
are
the
retirements, right?
Yeah,
to the spreadsheet.
So I see a couple names on here that I recall reading the resumes last year, so.
Michelle said, yes, we can do
We
that.
can do that. Okay, thank you.
Mr. President, I move that we approve the consent agenda as presented.
Second.
It's moved and seconded to approve the consent agenda as presented. Any final comments or questions?
This is just, I think, probably a typographical error, so I should have mentioned it earlier, but there's one that says Michelle Harris, the building secretary, Spring Hill Middle School, replaces Amy Obercrom, but she resigned from Woodland Spring. So should that say Woodland Spring?
Michelle is leaving Spring Hill Middle School as the registrar and going to Woodland Spring.
So the appointment should be to Woodland Spring. Is that right? So it's just probably a kind of typographical thing. So. Yeah. Okay.
Any other comments or questions, discussion? Katie, please collect the vote.
Mr. Hoffman,
Yes.
Mr. Updike,
Yes.
Mrs. Mitchell,
Yes.
Mr. Anderson,
Yes.
Mrs. Milius,
Yes.
Mr. Ewing,
Yes.
and Mrs. Sealing.
Yes.
Very good. Thank you. Moving on to an action item that was previously discussed. January 24th meeting was the Spring Hill Middle School track study. Dr. Burke?
Yeah, the board's asked to approve the middle school track study. I think earlier in the week, we had some verbiage that we needed to clean up. This is at a cost of $49,222 as recommended by Mr. Delphia. Basically, we need to dig deep and figure out what we need to do to fix or replace that track. And then once we go out to, once we have that information figured out, we would bring it back to you and get the board approval before we went out to bid. So with that, Mr. Delphia and I will stand for any questions.
I had a question. Does that include not only the study, but the construction documents for the, whatever they come up with, or is that an additional cost?
It does, includes the construction documents.
Okay.
Yes,
No changes since we last talked about it?
Nope. I'd like to point out that I think Mr. Updike brought up, are we paying for this? The complete cost upfront, and it's not. When they do each phase, we'll get charged for that per month. So when we get to the construction administration costs, we won't pay for that unless you approve a company to do the work, so.
Okay, so we're not committing to the entire.
That's correct.
There's a decision point between here and there. Good, I have no questions. Anyone else?
We done.
No. This is an action item.
Mr. President, I move we approve the middle school track study as presented. Second the motion.
It's moved and seconded to approve the professional services agreement for middle school track study. Any final questions or discussion? All right, Katie, please collect the vote.
Mr. Updike,
Yes.
Mrs. Mitchell,
Yes.
Mr. Anderson,
Yes.
Mrs. Milius,
Yes.
Mr. Ewing,
Yes.
Mr. Sealing, I'm sorry, Mrs. Sealing. He's definitely not here. And Mr. Hoffman,
Yes.
approved.
Thank you.
Very good. Moving on to discussion item 9.01, high school course curriculum. Dr. Burke?
Yeah, I'm going to turn this over to Dr. Aaron Smith, and it looks like Mark Williams is in a support role, so I'll turn it over to them.
He just couldn't resist coming up. We have 2 new courses that we are proposing for the high school and a third that is currently in place. It's a year-long course that we're requesting to move to 2 semester classes. So we are proposing adding a forensic science course, a global art history course, and taking the existing astronomy course and creating 2 classes, an astronomy 1 and an astronomy 2, to allow for some more flexibility with scheduling of students. So these would be new course offerings for the upcoming school year. And in your board docs, you'll see the course objectives, the scope and sequence of work. So you have an idea of what each of the different courses will be about and what the students will be learning while they're in the classes.
Well, we got the information from Zello, which is our platform that the students fill out their career interests and everything else like that. So that really screamed the forensic science course, which we're able to utilize within CTE pathways with that to assist with our students. And then some of our art kids are wanting to get into the art history type aspect. And so that's where we have some room in our schedule, art history type course.
And driving the flexibility of scheduling is a real important key of that part of this, correct?
Yeah, it is. Astronomy used to be just a straight astronomy 1-year-long course, and we want to break it into astronomy 1 first semester, like astronomy 2. Some kids like this year for their schedule had to drop at the end of first semester and couldn't take it second semester to finish out because of other classes. So this gives them the opportunity to maybe even come back next year to pick up then the second semester for that.
Okay. Other impacts, what other impacts are there to splitting astronomy apart and then adding forensics and?
Forensic science, no. I mean, we're going to be fine staffing wise right now. We'll never really know until we start creating the master schedule until May. But we have kind of a set number that we always wanted offered in our course catalog. If we don't have a certain number of kids for the class and we're going to jeopardize the size of another class, we just won't offer it for next year, but we'll still then have it in our course catalog for classes.
Okay. Any other questions?
These courses seem like really neat things to add. I will say that the forensic science one seems like it would be something that would lend itself to some maybe community involvement with that Johnson County has the new forensic science lab and that sort of thing. So that's exciting too.
Yeah, there's a lot of opportunity to reach out to field mentors and connect with community members who can share what it's like to actually work in the field of forensic science. So it could be a really exciting course opportunity for our high school students.
Plus they lead to some very good jobs too. This is always exciting. I love seeing what you guys bring. Every year it's like, "Hey, think of that." It's fun.
Any other questions?
Yep, I do one. On the course explanation, It says that this is like a new pathway for the forensic science. What's next? What's the next class they could take? Where's this going to lead for the kids?
Right. So CTE pathways are kind of weird. We pretty much have one common, what they call a level 1 course. So I'm not sure exactly what that is. I'd have to ask Clay Fregon at some point, but it's always usually a course that's already within our class. And then forensic science will be like the second level course. And then usually what they call that third level is like community outreach type class. So it could be eventually like an internship if we get that route, could be then the last closing level for that pathway.
Very good. Any final questions? Very good. Thank you. Moving on to discussion item 9.02, fiber locate services, the E-rate. Dr. Burke.
Yeah, I'm going to turn this over to Bill Elliott. Let him tell you all about it.
Thank you. We've been having our district fiber network located for probably about 15 years. We tried to do it ourselves when we first started, and the middle of the night and the weekend emergency locates were not real popular with me or my other staff members. Not to mention, sometimes we just ran into just being able to get there and still do the district responsibilities. So again, it was about 15 years ago, we reached out, and it wasn't USIC at the time, but it was the company that became USIC over the years that they've merged. We've had a longstanding relationship with them. We've had some ups and downs along the way. I did reach out last fall to 3 other area locate services. One was a no response. One was we are interested, but it would be at minimum of $2,000 a month. And the other locate service said we just don't have any staffing available at this time. So USIC was the only one that responded to our bid. We did put the bid out as part of the E-rate process. And those of you that are familiar with that, that's a national posting. So the companies that do services that are covered by E-rate funds all monitor that. USIC was the only one that returned our bid. It is about $40 higher than what we're paying now. The good news is, though, by going through this process, approximately 50% of this will be refunded back as part of the E-rate process. So it will be an overall discount from what we've been paying. And as I said in the post there, Greg and the district are reviewing the contract language and be making a few back and forth communications with them. And we'll try to bring this to you on the 28th for final approval.
Did you say questions? Refunded?
Yes. So part of the E-rate process, the way it works, and it depends on the vendor. Doug can probably explain this better than I can, but the way the vendor, depends on how the vendor processes it. Some vendors will just charge us half and then they get the refund. Some vendors charge us the full amount and then we apply for the refund at the end of the year and we get that back. It's part of the federal E-rate process. So we get that on internet services as well.
Okay.
This particular service just recently became what they consider a Category 1 service, which is the primary services. Category 2 are typically hardware necessary to run your network, wireless access points, switches, the physical electronic connections. Category 1 is typically the services.
So what are we currently with our current contract? What are we
About
paying?
$821, I think,
Okay,
is what.
so it's a little bit of an increase.
Yeah, it's about $40, but again, we're coming back with 50%. So it is a net negative of about 350. And then the other thing I did want to share too, just a quick review of the tickets. They're averaging about 45 or 50 a month for us. I did of service of locates. Now they don't always locate that many, but they have to identify, do we have fiber in that area? The locates company, you call 1-800-DIG-SAFE, they might have located the box bigger than actually the digging is happening. It might be on the east side of the road instead of the west side of the road, that kind of thing. So they at least have to acknowledge it, identify where it is. Sometimes they can do that without coming on site. A lot of times they have to show up and determine whether they need to locate it. If they do, then they locate it. So.
And the reason we have that many right now is just because we're in an area where there's a lot of construction and that sort of thing going on.
Yeah. I found out today there's we probably are going to get to relocate a section of fiber between 183rd and 191st because of a bridge project that's coming this summer. So it's those kinds of things. Not only is it the construction, but also just road maintenance. And, you know, when they clean ditches, they mark it. When they put new telephone poles in, they mark it. I mean, there's just a lot of routine maintenance items that causes locates as well. I did notice the most we ever had in 1 month was 6 emergency locates. So those are middle of the night, weekend, you know, they've got I think it's a 2-hour response time minimum to get there.
Well, I wasn't sure what cost is good and what cost is, I asked there's a person that lives in my house that used to be the person they called when those things were cut, and he said this is a bargain.
Yeah.
So-
I think it is. Well, and look at the potential downside, right? If somebody cuts your fiber, it's, what we just did something.
It's 26,000 to replace a mile.
$6,000.
Yeah.
So.
Yep.
It's worth it.
I didn't read through the whole contract. Is there a limit to the amount of tickets? I mean, they got a lot of
No.
things they don't cover. I just wondered.
No. That's a year-long contract. Obviously, they'll reevaluate it after a year and it might go up because of the numbers. But right now, that's what they're comfortable with. And again, they've been doing it for 15 years. They got a pretty good feel.
Okay.
The other thing is they service a lot of other utilities in the area, so they're here anyway. Century Links, you know, RG Fiber, those kinds of things. So they're already locating in a lot of the areas that we are in as well.
Good. Any other questions? All right. Thank you, Phil. Moving on to bond construction update, Dr. Burke.
Yeah, it seems like we haven't talked about it for a while, but we still have a lot of work going on there. So Tim Meek is going to share that with us.
All right. Get us moving here. Updates, really, the one we told you would happen this month on the project update as far as the budget. We did move the $116,000 in savings from Dayton Creek into the contingency, the whole bond USD230 contingency. So that brings our contingency up to $623,000 for the entire bond. There still is contingency though in the middle school project itself. We have a project contingency, which we would use if we have something most likely in that. I'm glad to see that though, because I'm a little scared what's going to happen when we start doing furniture, fixtures and equipment, because we've seen quite a bit of cost rise in that. So I like seeing that number go up like it has. So that'll give us a little cushion when we get ready to outfit the school. So Forest Spring Middle School, got a new name up there for it. So thanks to Dr. Burke, we was traveling along with Spring Hill Middle School number 3, and he said, we've got a name for it. And I said, oh yeah, I was there at the meeting. So let's get it changed. So from now on, you should see it as Forest Spring Middle School. Next milestone we're going to continue with the masonry walls and the brick skin. If you go to Dayton Creek, or not Dayton Creek, if you go to Wolf Creek now, you drive by and you can actually see some of the brick going up on the gym area and stuff like that. So you can get an idea of what that's looking like. When these pictures were taken, it wasn't up very much, but now it's almost to the roof on one side. So finish up the overhead steel frame and the metal decking, continue some interior stud and framing going on, continuing the MEP on the inside. The south classroom wing there that's fully roofed now. That's just about, with a lot of the preliminary mechanical stuff is just about done. Complete the roof install in all of the other areas, the gym, auditorium, kitchen, north classroom pods, in the south classroom areas as well. The roof is going to be real close to being on the whole academic area here by the end of the week. When I say the roof is on, that means it's dried in. There is a cap sheet that goes on all of it, but that won't happen until a little later because there'll still be a little bit of construction traffic up there, and we try to do that a little later in the project after we get everything dried in, and we'll come back and put that cap sheet on to keep the wear and tear off of that cap sheet. So challenges and successes, the Garland Delta, their partnership and getting the roofing done and in a timely manner. The supplies have been there as they promised. Doing Steel, Pendergraft is their installer for the steel. They're they're struggling with manpower, but they're staying ahead just enough to keep everything flowing. We haven't had to slow down, but they're not to where they should be according to the schedule we had laid out for them, but they're not slowing anything down at this point either. So we're still good. We just keep pushing them. Safety report, no accidents, no lost time accidents in 242 days. I'll let you, again, I'll let you look at the pictures there if you get a chance. That one there pretty well shows you a lot of the stuff that's going on the inside of it. So that's in one of the classroom wings there. Other construction and maintenance projects, solar panel project, still waiting on one item. And it's pretty important. The panels could work and operate today, but we're waiting on a ground fault. We don't want to have a chance of a lightning strike happening out there on the solar field and taking down our entire school and causing a lot of damage inside just because we don't have that ground fault in place. And it's really, there's only one. We've looked at other types and other ones. There's really only one that they recommend for this type of project. So that's why we're kind of held waiting on that one nice little ground fault to come in and then we can finish it up. So, and as far as the solar, that's really pretty much what there is to report on it as well. Any questions at this point?
They give you an ETA or just guessing on the ground fault?
They haven't. I haven't heard anything lately either. Have you, Kylie? I mean, yeah, they keep hoping it's within, in December, they were hoping within 60 days, but we haven't heard that they've found what boat it's on or whatever, wherever it's coming from. So, so at this point now. Yeah.
They don't really have, they said 60 days ETA, but it's a special part that's made especially for the solar system. It's not just something they can pull off the shelves, and it needs to be specially made. And we're still seeing, supply chain issues and things like that. So they're giving us like 60 days, but I can't promise anybody that that's going to be true. So
the good thing is it's not costing us anything though at this point. So we're not out here holding the loan on the solar project itself or anything like that and not being able to use it. Fortunately for us, Evergy and Energy Solutions is taking care of having to foot all of that right now. So, yeah.
Good. And tell them to order two in case one gets hit by lightning.
Yeah.
On the roof on Forest Spring, is that a flat metal roof? Is that how it's made? I'm just trying to look at the
metal.
pictures.
It's metal decking, and then over the top of it is a modified build-up roof. So there's up to 12 inches of foam insulation in places. It's a tapered insulation product that will allow it. There is taper on the metal roof itself, but then there's more taper with the foam insulation that will run it in, and then there's there's actually, to start with, you get a layer of Dens glass, which is a sheetrock type product. Then you get some insulation on top of that, and then they use the taper on top of that, and then the modified bitumen cap sheets they put on, and that's mopped down hot asphalt. And then we'll come back with a cap sheet after that. I think there's 2 layers of felts there now. Then we'll have a final layer of with a granulated cap on top of that. So yeah, no, none of it is a metal roof. It's just metal decking underneath, or you would normally on a house or something like that, you would have a plywood deck. This is just a metal deck underneath.
So in the pictures where it's kind of flat and shiny, they're still going to put.
Yeah, anywhere you see, if it's not totally black.
Okay.
What's there now that's dried in is black. And so if you really zoom in on the pictures, you can tell the difference between what's the black, which is like the gym area and the kitchen area, and then a little over half of the academic wing on the south side of it is dried in at this point. So in the pictures that is, but really actually it's more than that now. So
okay, thanks. Makes sense.
Good. Any further questions for Tim?
All right, thank you.
Thanks, Tim. Moving on to board policy changes for review. Dr. Burke?
I know this is the thing that you have been anxiously awaiting, so here we go. A couple of things I want to throw out. So each year, KSB will come out with new policies, and usually that they will present those to us either in June or July, and then it takes a little bit of while to run through administrative cabinet and then get Greg Goheen to sign off on it and get his blessing, and then we bring it to you. And then the next time they bring it is in either late November or January. And so we're right on the schedule. This is a little later than we normally like to get policies to you. But in doing that, though, I got to give some recognition to Brad Wilson. Brad went in, and there's a lot of policies in there that just have a little semantics and some different things. Or unfortunately, there's some things that we have in policy that we just haven't been following. And when I say that, not like just in the last year or so, but maybe for 15 or 20 years. And so these are some things that we needed to clean up and bring to you. So we'll start with CL, and that's administrative teams. The one thing that kind of stands out is the reporting. So the minutes of the administrative council will be forwarded to the Board of Education. Greg had a concern about that. He recommended that we remove that language, because if it's presented to the board, then it becomes part of an open records request, and then it's also subject to the open meetings law. And when we have our administrative cabinet, I mean, sometimes we're doing team building, we're doing some different, we're covering different things. Sometimes we cover policies. And so we would like to remove the reporting part. If you want an update, I usually give that to you in superintentions. So cover that. Any questions about I know some of you are new and you haven't got to do this. I usually go very fast because some of this is very dry. So anytime you want me to pause, just holler at me and I'll pause. Okay.
Just a quick question. So, but the reporting, like, we don't normally get those minutes right now.
No.
So that's one of those
No.
things that hasn't been.
We haven't been doing this and
Just as well. Okay.
for a long time. Okay. We'll jump over to DC annual operating budget. Basically, the thing that really jumped out here is it talks about the superintendent needed to create a cover letter for the budget. This is actually done by Doug. And Doug, everything that it's requiring that the superintendent to do, Doug does it. And so it's one of those things that I've never done a cover letter. I talked to Dr. Gehring, and he said that he had never done a cover letter. And so this is one of those things that, again, that's been there for a long time. Probably the last thing, there's a lot of information in here, but one of the things is sometimes you get in this and you get to some semantics that really don't make sense. And so one of the things that's talked about is a preliminary draft of the district's budget will be submitted by the superintendent within a time frame that allows the district comply with all statutes. That's very normal. But one of the things it said is I needed to get a draft to you before I bring you a draft. Okay, when Doug does his presentation, that's a draft. And we don't do anything with it until you approve it. So it's like we bring you a draft before we bring you a draft. We've never really done that. It's a word semantics. And so with that, we would like to, first of all, give credit to Doug because he's the one that does this. And second of all, there's no need to give you a draft because we already bring you a draft. You don't need a draft of a draft. Does that make sense? Okay.
Well, other than, I guess it's just talking about timing, and I would assume.
Right.
That like
and we have a new state statute that we have to follow. Remember last year it moved, we used to do our budget back in June or July, and then they moved it back to August 25th. Does that sound right, Doug? Deadlines. Right. So Nels, you're correct. There is a deadline that we have to meet, but we're still following state statute.
I'm just curious if this originally was written like a rough draft versus a final draft or something.
Yeah. But what you get is a draft before Doug does a presentation and then any changes, and then we have to come back and that's the official when we make it public. So it goes in before the public and you have a hearing and you can have public input. So you get the draft long before we ever do that.
Can I ask about the cover letter? I know we're entering kind of a new dynamic as people retire and things like that. What are the expectations of the finance director and the superintendent with that cover letter? Is that a control sort of feature that's put in place so that as you create the budget, then the superintendent has that final review and really knows what's in it? Is that why that's in place?
Yeah, yeah. And let me tell you, Doug does the majority of the work because I'm going to give him credit. But Doug sits down and we go through it line by line before you guys ever see it, before we ever take it public. I'm going to ask a ton of questions because I like to spend more money than Doug does. And so with that being said, I'm always asking like, can we, what flexibility that we have here, do we not? But when it actually says that I do the cover letter, I don't really do that. That's the director of finance. In most districts, that's who does it as well. Okay, we'll jump over to GAAA, equal opportunity and non-discrimination. This is something very, very simple. Director of Human Resources, we have an address change. And one thing I was going to ask you and reiterate, one thing we talked about a while back, and when I say a while back, probably a couple of years ago, I think the board gave us permission to make very simple semantic changes. And what I mean semantic is, if we were supposed to put the word there and we put the word there and spelt it wrong, any kind of spelling or an address or a name change, the board said, I believe you said that we could make those changes without bringing it to you. I just want to clarify that if you're okay with that. Otherwise, I don't have a problem bringing it, but semantics like this takes up some time. And all this is our address has changed. All right. GAAD, child abuse. One of the things that I hate to remind you, but you're mandatory reporters as well. And so we wanted to make sure that you understood that you're mandatory reporters. One of the big things that Kansas Association of School Boards was doing is they were removing, one of the things they were doing is removing the online application. And I don't know if I'm saying that right, but if you have a concern, you can go online and fill that out. And so they were removing that and saying two things. Number one, you could call anonymously. And number two, that's all you had to do is do a call. One of the things that I can tell you is if you report it, there's a liability with that and that you're supposed to report. One of the best ways to know if you reported it is you fill out online and there's a record to do that. I can tell you with our administrators, we say go online and you fill out it, you put your name on that. Anybody that was involved with it, you put your name on there as well. And again, that is to make sure that we know that it was turned in. The second thing is we also make sure that an administrator knows. What I don't want is some teacher to say, yeah, I knew about it. I reported it. I called somebody, but we never know about it. And so if there's an abuse issue and that was to continue, then there's a liability as well. So again, educators are all mandatory reporters anyway. So they should be reporting it. They should be putting it in writing and they should be letting their administrators know. So that was some of the big things. A lot of this is what we had is the protocol that was further in. We moved that to the front. The other thing is in this section is if you can give as much detail as you can when you're filling out the report, that helps. You're not required to do that, but that's why there's a lot more specific information in here that it's asking for. The other thing is basically if you're doing a report, then you can't come back and there is a Good Samaritan law. And so you're doing this in good faith. You're not trying to cause damage to anybody. There's a protection for you. And again, good faith is the important thing. You're not trying to be vindictive. You're not trying to hurt anybody. So we want you to understand the Good Samaritan law kicks into effect. But again, we are mandatory reporters and make sure we follow that. We also want to make sure the building principal or the designated administrator is part of that as well. And then there's one other part that was kind of a big change. I know that, it talks about parents and guardians and there's some semantics as that. The other thing that any personal interview or physical inspection of the child by any school employee shall be conducted in an appropriate manner with an adult present. So again, we're trying to protect the child. And to be honest, a lot of times we're going to contact the police or DCF and they will be the one that meets with the child, talks to the child. We'd like to have an adult there just so that we trying to minimize what kind of trauma that could be based upon this. So I think there's a lot of information in that one. And then I believe at the end, there is the mobile crisis helpline. And so that's in there as well. That's a lot of information. You always hope that people treat their children the way they should treat them and take care of them. Unfortunately, that's not always the case. And when that's not the case, then we have to report it. Questions on GAAP?
I didn't realize we were mandatory reporters, not that one way or the other, but at the end, it says there's training every year. Would you please let us know when that is?
That was going to be my follow-up too. I think we talked about that, didn't we?
Right.
We talked about how and then I called Dr. Burke about it this past week too, just concerned that we have new people and maybe we needed to.
We
make
need to get
sure.
you set up for some training.
Yeah,
We
thank
can
you.
do that.
There was it's not to get off the subject, but it seemed like there was some other things that we were talking about doing the training for too, but I can't remember what.
We were going to put it in one of our retreat nights, I
Right.
believe.
Yeah.
So I think it was on our list.
Yeah, I kind of messed that up because I
Yeah.
turned in my retirement. So I think that I know that
No,
those of you who
that's
can't see this in person, I got the look. So, but
Dr. Burke.
yes,
I sent out a Google Classroom last year. I'd be happy to refresh that and get that out to you.
That'd be great.
All of you with this training. So,
Yeah.
I will do that.
Thank you.
thank you, Michelle.
On the second half of page 2, second paragraph, page 2, they have stricken out. It says the building principal shall allow a student to be interviewed. What is the purpose of striking that out? Couldn't you?
I'm sorry, let me get to the point. It says the building principal shall allow a student to be interviewed by, it's a change in semantics. If it says now DCF or law enforcement representatives shall be allowed to interview. It's the same thing, it's just written in a little bit differently.
I'm just seeing that the principal has notification. That's why I'm reading that as the principal knows this is happening. It's like they're taking that away. That
Well,
it's possible the principal wouldn't know that they're coming or wouldn't be in the
Right.
building.
Sometimes DCF just shows up or law enforcement shows up and says, we want to interview this child. First thing we have to find out is this, do the parents need to be contacted or not? Because the law says in some aspects, the parents can't be contacted because there's the concern with those parents. If the parent is part of what they're suspected, then we try to have an administrator in there. And there's most of the time, first of all, law enforcement is very good to work with us and they have an understanding. Sometimes DCF, depending on the situation, don't want us in there. And if they don't want us in there, we can't be in there. But we always try to be there to have somebody that the child knows and recognizes and hopefully trust. And it's a tough situation. But yeah, basically it's saying that we shall allow them to.
I guess it brings it up later that they bring it back in later.
Yeah. All right. I'll jump over to IB school site councils. There's nothing wrong with this, but one of the things that we try to do is we try to not have a procedure in policy. And so this is a lot of procedure. And so when we talk to Greg, he basically says you have site councils and that you have board members who are on site councils and the board members report back to the board. You go to the meetings and you report back. If you look down to what was stricken, it says each council shall report to the board at least one time a year at the morning board meeting at their building. Well, we're so big now, we don't have a board meeting at every building anymore. And so basically what we're doing is saying, you're there. I mean, anytime a site council wanted to come and present to the board, we would make time for them to present. But you guys, usually when we get to the end and we have reports, you report what you learned at the site council. So the other thing is, we're not getting rid of all this stuff. That's just procedure. And that procedure really doesn't need to be written in here. Right, maintaining handbook. All right, JBCB foster care students. And if I remember right, the only change in this is we're adding the mobile crisis helpline at the end. Just so that people, if they need to make a phone or make a call, they need to make a report, that information is available to them. I am pulling, or I'm sorry, ECA HIPAA policy. Very, very seldom do schools fall under HIPAA anyway. And there could be, we were going to pull it completely, but we thought, well, there may be a semantic and we don't want to get caught. So we changed the wording a little bit. And this talked about staff training is for all applicable HIPAA requirements. We don't know that there are any, but if they were, we would provide training for it. And compliance required, all staff shall abide by all applicable HIPAA. So again, we don't really fall into HIPAA, but it's kind of one of those, we're protecting ourselves a little bit. I'm pulling IIBGB, online opportunities. We needed to get some information back. We did not get that. So we're pulling that one for tonight. DJEG purchase and orders and contracts. One of the things that we do is we have tons of contracts, little contracts. And like when we do the rugs for all the buildings, we have a contract for that. We have a contract for exterminator when they come into each building. So the way this set up is each building has their own contract. So we have tons and tons of these little contracts. The way this is set up, it says the district's attorney shall review all contracts and lease agreements. We've not had Greg do those for 20 years, probably. Only the big ones. So we made an adjustment and basically said, the district's attorney shall review all contract leases agreements over 20,000 or for 3 years or more. And so that way he's still seeing it, the things that are expensive, things that we feel like he needs to be checking. But we have these curriculum has some little contracts. They have tons of these little contracts. And to be honest, some of these contracts may be worth $250 and it cost us $250 to have us Greg to look at the contract. So we're asking for permission to go ahead and move away from that.
Who will monitor the return of those, any stamps or changes?
Oh, the contract?
After he reviews it, if he finds some differences or catches something, who reviews that on our end?
It's basic, like if Erin is doing something through hers, Erin will check it. If Kylie, if the exterminator comes back, and it's not uncommon where the exterminator says, you know, we'll charge you $60 per building, and then the next year he charges us $65 per building. We have checks like that, but most of the time it's pretty easy. You just put them side by side and start going through them.
So it looks like we're also adding that the over 20,000 and or are 3 years or more being presented to the board. Is that kind of a threshold we currently have?
Yeah, by a state statute, if there's $20,000, we have to bring it to you.
Thank you.
We will bring it back. You'll probably get to have a discussion item on IIBGB. It's not anything new. It's actually a policy that we've been doing for a while so that students can get online, they can test out. It's not new. But one of the things is the policy that came from the state talked about it being pass-fail. The NCAA clearinghouse doesn't count classes that are pass-fail. So we're trying to see if we can take these classes and make them AB fail. And then that way, and when we say fail, they just don't get credit for it. They would have to turn around and take the class. So Phil was doing some work with KSD, and we had probably 5 or 6 questions that we had, and they haven't got back to us. So I will bring that one back as a discussion item. I'll bring the rest as, yes. Yeah.
That's not the one. The one that you're talking about isn't on.
Oh, did we pull that one?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was IIA.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, I apologize. We have one that we pulled. So IIBGB, you do get to see that one. One thing that's bad is sometimes when you're an old guy like I am, we used to have kids that would take high school classes from it was called American University High School, and they would take online classes. These are classes that we would accept. Usually this were for students that wanted to graduate early or pick up a credit here and there. And we basically said, all those costs are on you. Well, with having Insight available, we have a lot of classes that they're available to take. We also have some grants through the Chef Foundation. So what we did is we made a slight change to this, that all additional costs. So if it's an online course and it's free, then they don't have to pay anything for it. But if it's a course that they kind of decide on their own to go get it, we may allow them to get credit for it, but then they'll be responsible for any cost that's just above the norm. Thanks, Brad, for pointing that out. And then we do have another one that we'll be bringing to you later. Questions, comments?
Question, not specific to this. Who names these policies?
Many initials as possible.
These are KASB policies.
Okay,
Yeah.
I was just curious.
Yeah, there's a lot of them are tongue tied. I think Britton Hart himself names all these.
Yeah. They probably have a film somewhere of superintendents trying to say all the
Yeah.
initials. over and over again.
Trying to spit it out, especially when you get to say GAAA and then you turn around and see GAAD.
IIBA.
Yeah. All right, I will bring these back.
Very good.
And just so I understand, so basic semantics like address changes or spelling errors, things like that, we can go ahead and change without having to bring to you. Okay. All right.
Okay, very good. Moving on to discussion item 9.05, mask mandate. Ally?
Yeah. So I know that we can't all talk together until we're here. So I think it's important, and we all maybe talk to Dr. Burke or, and we've been hearing from a lot of parents and teachers, and I think there's a lot of confusion. And I think that it's just important that we have the conversation together, openly together, so that everybody hears what we're thinking and gets our input, especially with everything that's been in the media from Gardner having a special meeting, and we all fall under so I don't want to say that I want to do what any other district does. I think we have done a good job of forging our own road, and we've done great at that. However, we all fall under this Johnson County mandate together with the other districts too, making it very complicated and confusing. And so knowing that Gardner then had a special meeting, and now today they were mask optional. Olathe also voted to go ahead and make masks optional on Friday this week, following the Johnson County vote on Thursday. We know tonight Shawnee Mission is voting tonight on mask optional too. So those are the three bigger, and then Blue Valley is also. So I think it's just very confusing. I don't know, what I wanted to clarify is we never really took action. Like, we didn't take an action. And I think that that's confusing because people are looking at us in relation to the other districts too. Mostly because, and please correct me if I'm misunderstanding, the other districts took action because they extended the mask mandate. So we never extended past 6th grade. So they took action. So now they need to take action again to reverse that, so to speak. But we've only masked, and we've been compliant with mandated masks under the county guideline, which is K-6. I think I don't know that we would need to ever take action, because I think that's what Sharon was saying earlier. Is that correct? That we wouldn't have to take action because we never took action.
Right.
Is that what you meant?
Right. Then it dropped.
So if on Thursday, as we are hearing reports, it sounds like the county commissioners may vote We knew that they had said mid-February that they would look at that. If they rescind the mask mandate that's currently in place till May, but if they rescind it on Thursday, then Friday, there's nothing we need to do. If they rescind it, we just go completely mask optional immediately for K-6 and our teachers, all teachers.
That'd be correct. Yes.
Okay.
If they rescind it on Thursday, then I'm assuming, unless they specifically say we're rescinding today to go into effect Friday or Monday or whatever. Anything that they would say, then there's nothing for us to do, because the only thing that we would do is we would go on to our website, because we have a district plan for safe return, and it has to do with ESSER funding. We would go down to the bottom where we have a timeline, and then we would say on February, whatever date, the district plan for safe return was updated in accordance with whatever Johnson County. And at that time, if they have removed it, then it would be removed from us.
So if on Thursday it's effective immediately, then Friday it is mask optional. I think that's just really important. I think that's what people are asking about.
Yep.
They want to know what to expect. I think the other thing in addition to that is, we're getting all of these reports about, and people in our district help fund the lawsuit against Johnson County commissioners. So that's very confusing. And it sounds like that Judge Mason's opinion is that it's within our authority. If for some reason the county did not rescind on Thursday, then it sounds like Judge Mason's opinion was that we have the authority to preempt the county. And I think we would then at that time want to hear from Greg and have a conversation.
Yeah, we weren't a part of that lawsuit. The district wasn't a
The
part of that.
district wasn't, but we have parents and patrons here that were very concerned, and so I don't want to ignore them.
Yeah, and we're talking hypotheticals here, just to be clear, right? Because we don't know exactly what's going to happen on Thursday. If they do vote to rescind the mandate, then it just simply goes away. If they don't, then that's further conversations about understanding. I don't want to conflate a judge's opinion written by another lawsuit with the conversation we're having tonight.
Yeah.
If we get to that point, we'll address it at that time.
My question is, did Gardner jump out? Is theirs contingent on it being dropped, or they just said?
Nope.
Nope.
Dropped today. They were mask optional today.
But
Yeah. No understanding of home rule.
I think we need to be careful. We need to tread lightly on those kind of conclusions. I'm not sure the breadth that judge's opinion applies, number one. Number two, we haven't heard specifically from the Kansas Department of Education that says your accreditation is no longer at risk or jeopardy. That's a real concern. And so before we get too far down the path of hypotheticals and making decisions and thinking about things that actually aren't factual at this point in time, I think we need to see what happens in 3 days. And then we can make a decision. If we have to have a special meeting, we have to have a special meeting. If not, we'll move forward from there.
And I'll remind you, you do have a special meeting already set up on the 24th.
Yeah.
So you could set up another special meeting.
Or we could add, so you're saying we have a special meeting, so we could discuss if we needed to add something to that special meeting.
You have plenty of time to have an agenda item on the 24th that would have to do with this. Yes.
Because I wasn't a part of this to begin with, just clarification. So the state board or Department of Education said that your accreditation is at jeopardy if you go against the mask mandate.
No, well, what they say, state statute says you have to remain in good standing, and remaining in good standing means you follow the law. That's it.
So,
It did not.
and I guess my only question is, my understanding is Johnson County is the only one that did a mask mandate in the state, correct?
I think as of right now.
As a county.
Right. I think there were some other places that did mask mandate, but I think.
For their school district.
Right.
Specific to.
Right. I think we may be in the only full county that did that.
Because that just seems kind of target. I'm not saying go against, I'm just saying that seems kind of heavy-handed by, if that's their interpretation, is Johnson County's held to that, but the entire state can do whatever they want. That just seems kind of odd. I mean, not,
Heavy-handed
you
is a
know,
good
yeah,
word.
I just,
And so the issue is with the Board of County Commissioners as to the decision that they made.
right. I mean, it just seems that. This is a little strong.
And so those words weren't ever that direct.
Right, but it was implied.
Mhm.
Okay.
So could we assume, you should never assume, but could we assume that if the county does not remove the mask mandate, the board would like to add an agenda item on the special meeting for
Yes.
the 24th?
Well,
Discussion,
I
right?
think there's a lot of questions that go with that, as in more clarification on from what it is. We all read the documents. If a Johnson County judge and an attorney, I know we weren't part of it, but just a ruling in general. I mean, that's kind of a precedent set. What does that mean? Does that mean just more clarification? Not that I can get that. I mean,
I
I'm not
think
an
we need
attorney,
to,
so.
before we get too far down the path of prognostications on what happens, we need to see what happens on Thursday.
Right.
If the mandate is rescinded, it's over.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying.
If it's not rescinded, we'll add an agenda item to the special meeting on the 24th. That's it. And we can have preparations for that. We can have conversations with attorney. We can do a lot of things.
We would bring Greg in here,
Based
probably
on
get
that.
somebody from KSDE to be
That,
here.
I mean, that's all I'm saying is just to be prepared, just so that everybody knows what, same information.
Just a reminder, the normal meeting for the 28th was moved to the 24th. That's right?
No.
No,
That's a special
there's a
meeting.
special.
We have a
meeting on-
special meeting on the 24th because you're going to talk about applicants.
Okay, so 28th is not an interview night. It's a meeting.
It's a morning meeting.
It's a morning meeting at Woodland Spring.
Got it.
Yeah,
I missed that part.
there's several coming up.
It's just a few meetings going
A
on.
lot going on.
We have a lot going on.
Well, 2 meetings that day on the 28th is what.
So there's 2 on the 28th.
That's what we have tentatively set up.
Yes.
Gotcha.
The
Morning-
28th,
Morning and evening, if we need the evening for a superintendent.
Right.
candidate interview.
That's right.
Thank you,
And then
Sharon.
the 24th is a special meeting.
Correct.
that's correct.
I realize that we are waiting on the Board of County Commissioners on Thursday but I appreciate the conversations so that people understand what we're looking at. I mean, if that were to happen hopefully it helps our administrators and people too, so that when that happens, whatever happens on Thursday, they're going to be getting a ton of calls. We're going to have to better communicate. We'll get a ton of calls. Communication either way, whether they rescind it or not. Like, what are you going to do now? So now I feel like we actually have a transparent plan in place. We're looking at Thursday, and if they don't rescind it, then we will talk about it again on the 24th. And so I
Right.
think that's important to communicate that with the public.
The one thing that I would say that really doesn't have to do with the mandate is if a child is sick, they shouldn't be at school.
Yes.
And when I said sick, I didn't use the word COVID. If a child is sick, they shouldn't be at school. They should stay home and get healthy. If an adult is sick, they should stay home and get healthy. And so that's the one that we'll still continue to say, you've got a sick child, and somebody say, well, the mandate went away. We've always had it that if you have a sick child, they shouldn't be at school.
Fever free for 24 hours. We've had all kinds of things in place. So hopefully
Agreed.
that is all. Hopefully, if we learn nothing else through this, just stay home if you're sick.
Okay. Moving on to items from Board of Education members for future meetings. Any additions?
I wanted to see if other people agree to this as well. I don't think it's anything that I'd have to present or anything, but we used to get a kind of a list of maintenance projects. Do you guys remember that?
Yes.
And I haven't seen that in a while. Maybe it's still out there somewhere, but with the track discussion coming up, it's like, I think if those things are things that we see kind of on the horizon, maybe the.
Kylie Delphi sent me a big, long list of them today, and so we won't do it to you at a morning meeting, but we can have it to you the first meeting in March.
Okay, that sounds good. If it's okay with everybody else, I mean.
Yep.
Do you have, could you note whether it's bond dollars eligible?
I don't think any of this is bond dollars eligible.
Capital outlay.
It'd be capital outlay or general fund.
All right, good.
Is that something that's posted anywhere or not? I mean, I just think sometimes people drive by and see something like, and if there's a way that they would know, is that on the list of things that they're already looking at redoing? Maybe people would be able to, I don't know. I'm just,
What
I mean, I'm
specifically?
thinking about like the parking lot at the elementary school, that was all fixed and stuff, but for years, people would kind of get all bent out of shape about how come that's not being fixed or whatever. But I think if people could see, okay, this is gonna be, coming up for, we're gonna talk about this or whatever, then it kind of gives people idea of what the plan is a little bit more.
Okay,
Good idea.
we'll put it on the agenda for March.
Okay, sounds good.
Anything else on the,
Yes, I would like to add something. I can probably work up a presentation or some point about discussing cell phone usage in schools.
Oh.
I would like to bring up a discussion on cell phone usage in the schools.
okay. All right.
Do you have a time frame you want to do it? Because March, April, what do you think?
Yeah, but definitely, yeah, so how about March?
March 7th. I think we only have one in March and it's a 7th. You want to move it back to April? Give
Yeah,
you a little bit more
well,
time.
let's put it tentatively there and then I may have to push it.
You want to put March or April?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Site council, because of the snow day, we moved the Spring Hill High School Site Council to the 24th. So, and then the only other committee or update that I had.
Well, we're still.
Oh, we're not
we're
there
on
yet. We're on
items for
list. I'm
Board of
sorry.
Education members?
Sorry, I'm skipping to the 12. I'm trying to fast.
Any other topics to add for future meetings? No, you had cell phone use and Sharon, you had maintenance project lists. All right, moving on to board work calendar, Dr. Burke.
Yeah, we're right where we should be. Employment of superintendent, you guys are going to be working on that. Building principals, assistant superintendent directors, we'll talk about that tonight in executive session. Fortunately, we do not have to deal with redistricting. That's kind of nice. And district fees as was approved earlier. And so discussion on future growth, we will have Rob Swartz coming in April, I believe, to do a presentation. So give you a heads up on that.
When is the next time we'll have to look at the redistricting the board positions?
It depends. Anytime you outgrow 5% from one area to the other, and that's why part of the reason we have Rob Swartz on retainer is he keeps you up to date on that every year.
So he just lets us know if it reaches that point.
Yep.
Okay.
When 5% outgrows, when it's a 5% growth out of your current district, then you'll have to redistrict.
Committee reports.
There we go.
There we go.
Spring Hill High School Site Council has moved to the 24th because of the snow day. And then my only other update right now from Johns County Library, Sean Casserly, did you know he retired? So he announced his retirement. But other than that, things are going well. Just Spring Hill is on the list, looking at the Spring Hill Library and updates there. So I'm excited about that. Keep gently pushing that. Yeah.
Nicole and Keith, did you get plugged into your committee? Do you need some help with that or?
I was gonna say I never got any.
Okay.
I know I was thinking this summer somebody was supposed to reach out, but I didn't.
You're assigned to a site council.
Not that.
Katie, will you send that again? Send it to the principal and then send it to.
Yep, I'd be happy to.
Ewing?
Good. And Nicole, you got?
Yep,
plugged in?
I sure did. The first meeting was about the next day, so I missed that first one, but but I'll be there for the next.
Okay, good. Good. Any other committee reports?
This isn't specifically a committee, but today the Dr. Burke and Mr. Wilson and some representatives from the city and chamber went to Topeka. And I just want to kind of publicly apologize if anybody on the board didn't know about that or when the date was, because I think some of the communication was, I used to kind of contact people individually and I decided I probably should go through Katie. And I think maybe we might have had a little bit of a communication issue. So if you didn't know about that, it was today. But we had about, I think, 11 representatives from our community, and we spoke at the Johnson County delegation meeting and at the state capitol and took them K&M barbecue, and they always like the barbecue and I think they listen pretty well. But
Sharon?
Can I interrupt?
Go ahead.
You have Mayor Berkey here who went with us. And so that was kind of nice to, anytime you can get in front of the legislators and show a united front. I mean, I don't think anybody from Miami County came, but we did have some people from Johnson County. And so it was nice to be able to share with them about the great things that are going on with Spring Hill. We had representatives from the chamber, from the city, from the school district, and from Miami County Development Jan there. And you had city council members as well. So we had a really good, strong showing, and they gave us quite a bit of time. So I didn't want to take away from Sharon, but
it was really, I think, the first year that we've all kind of met together and went there together. So it seemed like it was a good collaborative sort of thing. So
Sharon, the legislative breakfast this year?
yes.
I totally missed it till I saw it in the paper Saturday morning. Anyway, would you have any update on that? How that went?
I think we had about 40 people there, and there was Molly Baumgartner, Senator Baumgartner, Representative Adam Thomas, Senator Karen Tyson, and Representative Samantha Potter were there. Potter. I think it was pretty well attended, and they spoke a lot about what their perspectives are on that. There wasn't a lot of back and forth with questions like there normally is. So sometimes if they talk a little more at the beginning, there's not as much time to answer questions and stuff. So, but it was a good turnout, and yeah, so I don't know what else to say, but you could probably, if you have specific questions or whatever, you could let me know, and maybe I could let you know what specific things were discussed. But they talked about the redistricting and some of the different things that are going on.
Thanks.
Any other committee reports? Dr. Burke, the superintendent report.
yeah, again, I want to thank Sharon. Sharon organizes that whole thing, and it's just kind of nice to be able to talk about our community, and that we're a symbiotic relationship. What's good for the city is good for us, and what's good for us is good for the city. So it was really nice to be able to share that. It's also nice to hear from them that such positive things that they're hearing about our district and our community as well. So that's a lot of work, because you don't just call one time and you get an answer. I mean, you got to continue to go with that. So I want to thank Sharon for that. I'm getting to leave for a couple of days. I'm going to the National School Board. I have the honor to recognize and recommend a fellow Kansan for the presidency of AASA. And that's a premier school superintendent organization in the state. And so I'm kind of excited. I'm got to be on the governing board for a few years, and it's nice that when you're in front of all these people from across the United States, they're hearing about Kansas and Spring Hill in particular. And so as I move on, it's nice to take into consideration the person that comes in next. You might want to think about that, because anytime you're in a big group like that and all you're hearing about is these massive districts and all that, and all of a sudden you're able to give input from Little Spring Hill, and we're not so little anymore, I think that's a very positive thing for our community. So next person is, you probably want to have some kind of advocacy as part of your interview process. That's my recommendation, but we're excited to get to go. Brad is going as an aspiring superintendent. And so poor Michelle, if anything bad happens, we told everybody to call her. But,
or good happens.
Or good happens, calls her. The good thing is with technology, I always have my cell phone. If you need me, you'll be able to get hold of me.
Very good. We do need an executive session this evening.
take about 15 minutes for the first one.
Do we want to have it start a little later?
Mr. President, I move that the board go into executive session to discuss confidential, no, that's the wrong one. Hold on. Anyway, non-elected personnel. Those to be in the session are the Board of Education members, Superintendent of Schools, Assistant Superintendent. Who all do we need in there?
I'd like to start out with Michelle and Brad, and then we'll pull Mark in and then some other guests.
Okay, so Assistant Superintendent, Director of Human Resources, Spring Hill High School, oh, and then others as indicated, beginning at 8:35 and going to 8:50, no later than 8:50.
Second. It's moved and seconded to move to executive session for
We let
the
'em-
discussion of non-elected personnel under coma as noted. Katie, please collect the vote.
Mrs. Mitchell,
Yes.
Mr. Anderson,
Yes.
Mrs. Melius,
Yes.
Mr. Ewing,
Yes.
Mrs. Sealing.
Yes.
Mr. Hoffman,
Yes.
and Mr. Updike.
Yes. Thank you.
executive session to begin at 8:50 and go no later than 9:20.
Second.
It's moved second to move to, or to extend our executive session on non-elected personnel under coma. Katie, please collect the vote.
Mr. Updike,
Yes.
Mr. Anderson,
Yes.
Mrs. Sealing,
Yes.
and Mrs. Mitchell.
Yes.
Thank you.
Mr. President, I move that the board approve the continuation of administrative contracts as recommended.
Second.
It's moved and second to approve the administrative contracts as recommended. Final discussion or conversation.
Are you doing this in two?
We're doing it all one big one.
You gotta do the,
Why?
because they're not, aren't you hiring them tonight?
To start in July.
Yeah, then you have to approve their contracts tonight
So why can't they just be part of the whole list?
because they're not hired yet.
That's all right.
Sorry, split it up. I'm not sure I follow that, but
It should read,
I get it.
it should read continuation of administrative contracts and the hiring of,
Okay, it wasn't on there. Do I need to read it?
And then the hiring of the new.
assistant principals.
so just amend the motion. I don't think it is there.
But it's not there.
Okay. I'd like to amend my motion to include the hiring of 2 new assistant principals as recommended.
Did you say 2 or 3?
3 new administrative.
You stop some hearts out.
Oh, sorry. Sorry. Didn't mean to.
And I'll resecond that. Amended.
It's moved and seconded to approve administrative contracts as recommended and hire 3 new assistant principals.
So since we're doing semantics, we did some position
That's the word of the
changes.
night.
Do I have to put that in there too?
No,
We're just getting
that's
administrators.
internal.
Okay.
Katie, please collect the vote.
Mr. Anderson,
Yes.
Mrs. Melius,
Yes.
Mr. Ewing,
Yes.
Mrs. Sealing,
Yes.
Mr. Hoffman,
Yes.
Mr. Updike,
Yes,
and Mrs. Mitchell.
Yes.
Approved.
thank you. Very good.
Welcome.
Congratulations.
We, you get your food in there and then we're gonna clear out of here so you can have Greg and Brittany.
That's great here.
Okay, so we are leaving and we were
Questions?
staying.
Correct. We have to move to
I did.
the executive
Oh,
session.
wait, no, here's one in there.
Yeah, you gotta move.
Mhm.
We'll need a little 5
Yep.
minutes to get our food or something.
Say do 9:25.
The other questions that were written, some of them.
Mr. President, I move the board recess to executive session for the purpose of discussing personnel matters of non-elected personnel to protect the privacy interests of an identifiable individual under coma. Those to be in the session include Board of Education members, board attorney, and others as determined.
Second.
Starting at 9:25 and resuming in this meeting no later than 10 o'clock.
Yeah, 10.
Second.
It's moved and seconded to move to executive session for the purpose of discussion of non-elected personnel under coma. Katie, please collect the vote.
Mrs. Melius,
Yes.
Mr. Ewing,
Yes.
Mrs. Sealing,
Yes.
Mr. Hoffman,
Yes.
Mr. Updike,
Yes,
Mrs. Mitchell,
Yes.
and Mr. Anderson.
Yes.
very good. Thank you.
Are we adjourned?